Alright, we're about to be Endwalkers. Newfound adventure. Tataru is putting on a pot of tea and looks in need of company. Viewing. How lovely to see you. If you're not in too much of a rush, I was about to make a pot of tea. Would you like a cup? Take a seat then, and I'll find us something to nibble on as well. I don't hate it yet. It's got a cute bunny on it. That's one good thing. Look at these next gen donuts. Hell yeah, Sailor Beer. In case, like...
It's so much quieter these
I'll let them
days
talk.
without everyone around.
I was gonna say, in case like something random looks like really bad, like these flowers over here, this game did start on PlayStation 3, and it's been going for 10 years with like, this is the 4th expansion, and the 5th one's coming soon. So it looks pretty good, but there's random stuff that's just like, what? They're talking.
Not that I'm pining for your return, you understand. I have my sources, and I know that each and every one of you is doing well and keeping busy with your endeavors. Meanwhile, I'm left with a surplus of free time and the question of how to make the most of it. What about you? Any plans for the immediate future?
A grand new adventure, of course.
Traveling to the edge of existence and back wasn't enough?
No.
Well, if that's the case, I might have a suggestion for you. You fought bravely and selflessly, helping those in need and saving our star from unimaginable threats.
They mean planet when they say
For your
star.
deeds, you've been hailed as the champion of Eorzea and a host of other incredible things. But why not put those titles aside for a while? Acquit yourself as a simple adventurer again and travel the world in search of wonder.
You're wonderful, chat. You're right, who knows what mysteries are still waiting to be discovered.
Oh, that's the spirit! I can feel from here the blazing fire that just lit in your belly. Now, all you need is a destination. If you're having trouble deciding, just leave it to me. Thavnair. That's where you should go next.
Why?
I doubt you were able to squeeze in a proper tour of Alzadaal the last time you were there. What with the burning skies and rampaging monsters and so forth. And I'm sure Ritra would be pleased to see you. Then there's the bounty itself. The Empire's presence in the region was always a deterrent to exploration. So if you've a mind to sail that sea, now's your chance. Just think of all the new experiences you could have.
Tell me, have you been to the ruins beneath the waters of the Bounty?
We just learned
As
about
the bearer
that.
of Azem's crystal, you may consider your duty to see at least that much.
We just learned that was there.
Oh, I know that look. That's an adventurer ready to take on the world. In anticipation of an occasion like this, I was planning to gift you a new set of traveling clothes, but it's still a work in progress. Shouldn't take much longer now though, so sit tight and I'll have the last few bits sewn up before you can finish another cup of tea.
Make sure it has pockets.
Stitch in here and trim in there. Knot the threads with love and care.
That's the jam right there.
Just a little more to go. I'm sure you're still brimming with excitement. I'm one with the needle. See how the fabric surrenders to my whims.
Damn.
Don't worry. I'll make sure the lining has plenty of pockets for all your little treasures. I swear adventurers are worse than children when it comes to hoarding every feather and leaf and animal hide they come across.
True.
Oh, we mustn't forget the waterproofing. Gods forbid you forget to
All
describe
my
before
little
plunging into the
treasures.
sea, or a river, or a piping hot bath.
We're snoozing. What was in that tea? Fucking trippin'. No, you're not still alive, Xenos. You need to stop still being alive.
And thus I am returned.
You need to stop that. Newfound adventure. Newfound.
Ah, you're awake.
Big stretchies.
My apologies. I do get a little carried away with my sewing. You seem awfully cheerful. Pleasant dream? Or are you just looking forward to the next chapter of your grand saga?
I dreamt
Either
that
way, I
Xenos
promise
was
to provide you
alive.
with
I
new
wouldn't call it
apparel,
pleasant.
and so I shall. If you'll accompany me to the Diamond Forge, we can put the finishing touches on your outfit. Shall we?
She just gave me an outfit. She just gave me an outfit. Diamond Forge, where even is that? Oh, okay, it's right here. Yo. Observe as the artiste refines her piece into a masterpiece. And no napping this time. I only need a moment. You're viewing. A little more room in the shoulders. Open up the cuffs. Final adjustment to the hem. All done. Let's see how it looks on the mannequin. What do you think? Doesn't it just scream ready for a bold new adventure? It looks fine, I guess. I'm sure it would look better on me. I'm so glad you approve. So what do I owe you? I'm not gonna say she's outdone herself, because she absolutely has not. Oh, don't be silly, your approval is payment enough. If you really want to thank me though, all I ask is that you wear this on your travels. Look how I'm dressed right now. You want me to wear that? Or at least anywhere lots of adventurers might gather. They'll look at you, a famous hero, and wonder wherever did he purchase those stylish yet practical garments. And before you know it, hordes of new customers will be climbing over each other to place orders at Tataru Taru's boutique. So I'm a advertisement for you? Mwahaha, I can hear it now, the merry clink clink of the gill overflowing from my coffers. Sweet music to my ears. It's not that bad. The cape is cool. I do like the cape. Let's see what it all looks like. It doesn't even come with pants. It doesn't even come with pants, Tataru. Little dagger is cool. I mean, I have pants on already. Eh, it's okay. Like, they hyped it up too much, though. The cape is pretty elite. The cape, you can't dye the cape part. Damn. Damn. Worthless. Garbage. Ahem, burgeoning merchant empires aside, you must be excited to start a fresh chapter of your life. New places to go, new people to meet. I often wonder how you remember all your experiences and exploits without taking at least a few notes. I don't. Oh, maybe you should start doing just that. You never know when some odd past detail might become relevant, or if one day you'll take a blow to the head and forget the better part of the past decade. Something to keep in mind in any case. Wow, that was fucking dark. What is this? The unending codex? No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Okay, so they added some sort of cliff notes for people who forgot stuff or are totally lost, which is actually super helpful because like I've watched YouTube videos just to figure out what the hell is going on. So it's cool that there's something in game for that now. Advice for me, as the former receptionist and sometimes intelligence gatherer of the Scions, allow me to offer you a word of advice. Do not expect juicy rumors to simply fall into your lap. Adventurers rely on gossip, and the best places to pick up information are taverns and markets. At present, you only have a broad destination in mind. When you arrive in Thavnair, I suggest you explore your options at Merides Mehane, the finest drinking establishment in Alzadaal. Charm the employees, and they'll not only point you in the direction of the local tale tellers, but also share with you the tricks for loosening their tongues. Now I really must be getting back to running my boutique. Enjoy the journey viewing, and may fair fortune find you. Okay. I'm unattuned there. Wow. These are PS4 load times, in case you're wondering. When I watch people play on PC, it's way faster. Okay, I can't fly here yet. Looks like I probably should get fly it. It's just that it's gonna be like 4 subquests and running around. It's gonna take a little while to get it. Indecision. Let me put it off for a little while. Come back to it. This car is a limited time available mount. It's the car from Final Fantasy XV, in case you're wondering. This game has at least 3 crossover events with other games that I can think of. Probably more. No, 4. It had a Dragon Quest crossover, Monster Hunter crossover, Nier Automata or Automata, and FF15, and Yokai Watch. Yeah, this game is like a massive event. And it was like garbage when it launched. It was so bad when it launched that they took it down and replaced it with a completely different game. Like, you can't play the original Final Fantasy XIV. It's not available. You can only watch YouTubes about it and stuff. I'm not sure what I tried to do that made it say this feature is only available to characters on their home world. But we attuned here, so we can teleport here now. I would have done that sooner, but there was definitely times in the quest line where it wouldn't let me. And so if there was an earlier opportunity, I just thought that'd be funny, Rev. Yeah, I'm curious to see. I'm curious to see it. Welcome to Maride's Mahane. Hi. Oh, hello, I did not recognize you at first. Are you here alone? Let me find you a table. You didn't recognize me? Ruins beneath the bounty. Would you be speaking of the sunken treasure vault? We have one regular, a historian in fact, who could tell you all about it. Ah, there he is, Professor Jilheen. I thought I saw him come in. Although a somewhat private sort, the professor is quick to befriend those who share his fondness for the Mahane's unique beverages. Offer him any drink from our selection, and he should happily share everything he knows about the vault you seek, and a few other odd bits besides. Whatever you buy for him is on the house, by the way. If Maride found out I took coin from Thabner's savior, she would have me scrubbing pots for a week. Well, that's convenient. I got my Dark Knight to level 80, which means I can like get these lookout spots on another class and make use of the experience. Is my since I didn't have anything else from level 80 to 90, like these spots were useless to me. That's free experience. Yes. Following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any duty registrations. That means there's going to be a lot of talking and stuff. More than usual. Hope it's voice acted though. And it's not. And what may I do for you, my Eorzean friend? Are we not in Eorzea anymore? Is that not where we are? I want to ask you about the sunken vault. I'm trying to get to the point. Not that it will matter, like the decisions you make in this game usually have no impact. And where did you hear of such a thing? I suppose I could tell you about it. Except the tale is rather long and my throat is so dry. That's how I feel reading this dialogue. Here we are, one of Maride's finest. Enjoy. Ah, lovely. Bottoms up. Jilheen empties the cup in a single pull. Shotgun. Now where to begin? Might I assume you've heard of Alzadaal? He was Khan of the Ori tribe, which sailed to Thavner from the mainland, and a key figure in the history of Radzahan. Okay, don't care. His decision to aid the Ark-ass Sodara is what ultimately won them the war against the Gaja Sura, thus allowing our predecessors to lay the foundation for this thriving city-state. The truly fascinating stories, however, concern his grandson, Alzadaal III, who was known for his deeds as satrap in Radzahan's earlier days. Some attest that this man traveled to another world entirely and returned with glittering riches, others that he brokered an alliance with a certain worm of the first brood. Then there is the tale of the sunken vault, the one you seem most curious about. According to this legend, Alzadaal III claimed a small island somewhere in the middle of the bounty. There he built a structure reaching clear to the bottom of the sea, a deep and secret storehouse, and locked all his worldly wealth within. In the centuries since, whenever a natural disaster or hardship befell Radzahan, folk would remember that tale of hidden treasure. Hardy souls would set out to claim their fortune, but precious few ever made it home. Would you like to hear more? Apologies. I have a slight tickle in... Oh, my cup appears to be empty. Another round for the professor. I see we've reached an understanding. You're a sharp one, adventurer. Another for the professor. Oh ho ho, today was a splendid day to visit the Mahane. Shalheen gulps down his newest drink with gusto. Where were we? Ah, Ick. Yes. Those who did return from seeking the treasure vault refused, flatly refused to speak of what they saw. Did this discourage others? Nay, quite the opposite. Such accounts only served to feed the legend, and the golden lure grew stronger than ever before. That reminds me of something Azama was saying. Azama's a fellow connoisseur of spiritus potables. Yes, he is. Anyway, he was saying that one of his acquaintances went after the treasure himself. Hasn't been seen since he set sail, I hear, but he did have... I can say no more. You seem a generous sort. What kind of man would I be to encourage what is clearly a foolhardy quest? If my words sent you to your death, I could never live with myself. I'm no stranger to peril. Is that so? Perhaps it's your turn to tell a tale then. What manner of dangers have you faced? The very edge of existence? From anyone else I'd struggle to believe it, but I recognize you now. You're the hero of the final days. A drink. I need another drink to settle my nerves. Milial. More of the same, if you please. As you wish, but this one's on your coin, Professor. Drinks yet, another cup dry. Barely awake. Anyway, you being who you are, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to share a little more. This friend of Azama's, he was desperate to buy a treasure map, one which showed the way to the entrance of the vault. It seems he could only get it from some merchant. What's his name? I forget. Let's drink a toast to you, my new best friend. Milial, more drinks. How about some water? I gave a wink. Your drink, sir. Ah, marvelous. I am parched. That was water. Did you tell her to bring me water? Still, that's probably for the best. Very kind of you, really. My head was certainly thank you in the morning. I seem to have overindulged. I am put in mind of the words of Master Jalzan. Be wary how much of the drink you swallow, lest it swallow you. Forgive me, I will subject you to no more of these unseemly antics. If you want to speak with Azama, well, as I said, we share a taste for the Mahane's fine spirits. He probably came in as we were talking. I wish you fortune in finding your fortune. You appear to have learned all that Shalheen has to share regarding the undersea vault. Yo, Mr. Chicanery, so nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Yes, I'm Azama. Who might you be? All true, I'm afraid. My friend took a ship out in search of Alzadaal's legacy, and I've been waiting for his sails ever since. I tried to dissuade him, of course, but he refused to listen. All he could talk about was finding the vault. And that look in his eyes, I knew it wasn't common gold or jewels he lusted after. He was hunting Alzadaal III's otherworldly hoard. and his ambition would not be denied. I see it in you too, that appetite for the mysterious and the unknown. But I'll not attempt to turn you from the path. I know too well the futility of that endeavor. So I will tell you what my friend told me, how he convinced a merchant in the bazaar to give him the rough location of the vault's entrance. It seems this merchant, one Zashal, I believe, is selling a map which shows the exact route, but my friend's purse was too light for its exorbitant price. With what meager wealth he had, he instead paid to learn that there are ruins on a small island somewhere in the Bounty, and within those ruins hides the path to the vault deep below. If you truly intend on seeking Alzadaal's treasure, I suggest you put your affairs in order. I wish things were different, but I do not believe my friend is ever coming home.
Please, Ashal, please! You must let me have that treasure map!
Oh yeah, they're gonna talk for us.
What's all this about?
My mother and father were slaughtered by monsters.
Oh my god.
My baby sister, still too young to fend for herself. Can you spare us no kindness?
So, you hope to find your fortune? And what? You expect me to surrender my wares for pity's sake? What have you to offer in payment? As I thought. Come back when you've more than rags to your name.
This guy seems like an
This
ass.
is no mere treasure map. It is a guide to the vaults of Alzadaal III, one of the great satraps of Radzat-Han, and a direct descendant of Alzadaal Khan.
A map to Alzadaal's legacy?
So he says. A fake I'd wager.
So how much is it?
This is no fake. The parchment is marked with an arcane glyph of passage. You may find the ruins hidden in the Bounty, but you won't be setting foot inside without this in your possession. A priceless artifact it is, discovered amongst the rubble in the aftermath of the final days, and lovingly restored by yours truly.
Restored like...
This map is the key to fabulous riches. And I'll be the
Have you
king of
seen those
fools to simply
botched,
give it
like,
away.
restorations? I'm sure
Be
you
glad
have.
I am no such king boy. Your scrawny-eyed had never returned treasure alive.
Oh, cruel fate! Why must you tempt me with wealth I am powerless to claim? How I shall envy the one who purchases that precious map! Whatever they pay will be but pittance against the golden hoard they stand to
This
uncover.
person is in on the scam. I didn't realize until the last couple of lines. Yo, Estinian. I know that guy.
What have you, sir? Fighting man of your stature would surely relish the challenge of recovering Alzadaal's lost fortune.
Oh, you mean because I have a giant spear on my
A
back?
fortune, you say?
If I had but the strength to seize that treasure, my starving sister would never want for food.
There's no starving sister.
I'll take it. Will this cover the price?
Maybe. Cool. Totally legit, not fake at all map.
Well met, my friend.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna say hi, except you bought that map.
Someone is dressed for adventure.
I always dress like this.
Why Favner of all places? Knowing you, I suspect there's more to your plans than sightseeing and shopping. Ruins beneath the bounty. Curious. And here I've acquired a map to just such a site.
With that sale, I do believe I've earned the rest of the day off. Thank you for your patronage, sir, but if you'll excuse me.
You needn't mind us.
And now I've fleeced one of the heroes of the final days. Pray the sisters were looking elsewhere.
Damn, it was a scam. Was the kid in on it? Not sure.
This map may or may not be genuine. Either way, we'll need a ship to find out for sure.
We're going based off a scam map. You seem eager to be underwear.
Lest you misunderstand, I seek the treasure not for myself. If such a fortune truly exists, then it could help ease the struggles of those who lost their loved ones in the final days.
Wow.
I hope to do for Thavnir what you and Alphino did for the Alamegans when you recovered the Mad King's trove. Come now.
I don't remember that adventure.
Alphino needs little encouragement when it comes to recounting the tales of your shared exploits.
Sure, it was epic.
Speaking of precocious lads, that boy in the bazaar was clearly an accomplice of the merchant.
Alright, call his ass out.
Suppose his role was to draw the attention of the crowd and add weight to the merchant's bold claims. Transparent act for the most part. It was not all mummery. The need to provide for his sister rang true enough.
Oh shit.
Thus, if some
That part
portion
was
of the
real.
profits end up in that waif's pockets, then I will consider it money well spent. Whether the map leads us to the vault or not.
Wow, Estinian's really nice now. He used to be such an asshole.
You are coming along, yes?
Yeah, let's go. I like hanging out with nice people. Shall we split the expenses? I just want to see what that says. That seems more interesting. What expenses?
I appreciate the concern, but one thing I've learned from my time with the Scions is how to better manage my coin purse.
Like for the boat or something?
Now, let's see about securing a vessel.
They never lock you out of content, like based on how much money you have. They're never like, hey, you actually need to pay 100,000 gil to book this vessel. So yeah, it makes sense that Estinian's covering it with whatever money Estinian has, which is unknown and infinite. FF11, on the other hand, I'm not far enough to comment on. You will recall I spoke of visiting Thavner at Virtue's request? Well, he finally invited me to a feast, and made his proposal once I was too full of Hanish's delights to refuse. He wishes me to train the Radiant Host in lance work, but that is a tale for another time. What we need now is a merchant or a trawler with a ship fit for the open seas. Matsya is a fisherman by trade, yes? We should head to Akyali and see if he can help us. Yeah, I love Matsya. That elephant person. Oh, they have a Poogie from Monster Hunter. They have a Poogie. Pet the Poogie. Where are we going? Bountiful Ruins. I can't fly in that zone. What's this quest over here? So if Quest Bubble has this plus sign and it's blue like this, like this plus sign, blue, it will unlock something important. But it's not telling us exactly what yet. Party looking Radiant is waiting for you with word of a new facility. Hail, adventurer, I had sincerely hoped you might return to this fair city of ours someday. After all, it is thanks to you and the scions I'm standing before you now, and as a token of my gratitude, I wish to share something useful with you. Although I shan't be the one doing the sharing, seek out my sharp-eyed comrade at Alaka's stand for further details, adventurer. Godspeed. Well... I don't know if I want to do that right now, actually. Oh, there is an ether current to the northeast. Let me see if I can grab that. It might not be accessible, it might be across the divide. Oh, I see it, I see it. You love that mobility scooter. I don't have too many mounts. It comes up random. Ooh. Use all mine right now. Oh my gosh. I would think you would like this one, Mr. Chicanery. For some reason, it reminds me of you. Oh, I still can't fly. I'm right about something, no way. If we could fly, we'd be going a lot faster. But that requires doing all the quests and blah blah blah. Getting all these currents. Let me go down there. Oh, there's some haters. They're gonna make me run down from there. Okay, that's fine. We'll do it later. I love how that emote looks on my bubble chat. Whoa, that's a big monster. Doof. So good to see you. I really hope you didn't lose your streak yesterday. I had some computer problems. I mean, it's okay. I won't be upset if you lost your streak. I only streamed for like 2 hours because I had some computer issues. It's acting a little weird, but it's like still working. You got the lurk in? Hell yeah. Lot going on? Hell no. Unless hell yeah. I'm working to hire a ship, of course, rather than buy one. My funds would not stretch quite that far. Well, no shit, Estinian. Yeah, I did the power setting change, like you said, Rev. It's getting hot in there. It needs to take off all its clothes. Life should be chilled. HW monitor, that sounds like a good one actually for me. I'll write it down on my post-it. Puffy was referencing, oh no, Puffy linked a TikTok that had that song, Everybody in the Club Getting Tipsy. And that rapper was from St. Louis. And I just was like, oh my gosh. Puffy knows music from St. Louis? My friends, what brings you to this place? So you need a seaworthy vessel to seek these ruins? Considering it was your deeds which allowed us to return to fishing, I should think everyone would be glad for a chance to repay the favor. Wait here and I will have a boat stocked and ready for you in no time at all. Whoa, little orphan boys following us. Have you noticed our little shadow? He's been following us since we left the city. We see you there, boy. Show yourself. Ah, it is you. Do you know how far out of our way we walked so that you'd not cross paths with some wild beast? I'm sorry, sir, but aren't you the heroes who saved Thavnair? You are, I know you are. And I've gone and cheated you. I work with Zashel, you see. The map merchant, it's my job to play the pleading orphan and convince the crowd his wares are worth the price he asks. I'm ashamed of what I've done and beg for your forgiveness. If not for you, my sister and I would never have, well, we'd be... Enough, I knew your game and I paid the price willingly. A fortunate purchase, as it turns out, for my friend here was seeking those very ruins. Hi, I'm the friend, I'm viewing. You are kind to overlook the wrong I have done you. But there is more you need to know. The map you bought is very real, as is the island it shows. I overheard Zashel selling the information to another customer. He told that man where he needed to search, about the ruins, about the vault, everything. Then the man sailed out to find his fortune, never to return. Oh, you cannot go alone to that place. You should have more friends with you, maybe even a whole army. I do not doubt the ruins hold danger, but I assure you, between the two of us, there is little we cannot overcome. Please, I cannot bear the thought of Hrothgar Himbo dying. We might need a hand moving the treasure. There's gonna be so much treasure. Assuming we find any, still it may prove wise to bring some companions along all the same. Any ideas on whom to approach? The Scions have scattered far and wide since our last gathering. Does it really matter? This might matter. Probably not. But maybe this might be who actually shows up. Whoever I say. Don't like them. They're okay. They're fine. She's fine. I guess I don't really like any of the characters, huh? The twins. Little Lord Alphino and his sister, were they not bound for Garlemald? They have far more important matters to attend to than delving for trinkets. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me? Ishtola. Oh, is everybody gonna be busy? What if everybody's just busy? Ishtola, her magics would be a welcome addition, but I am loath to interrupt her research. Mayhap we could ask a less prickly companion? Graha and Kryl? They're probably busy. Kryl may have her hands full rebuilding the students, but if you reach out to Graha, he would surely leap at the invitation. Will that set your mind at ease? Yes, if that man is as strong as you. Is he though? Strong, I mean? Yeah. What's your name, boy? Marad, sir? Well, Marad, your life is yours to live as you will, but I suggest you find a more honest trade if you truly wish to keep your sister safe. I'm not proud of what I do, but what choice do I have? We need to eat, and everybody's too busy rebuilding their own lives to bother with two grubby orphans. Wait, boy. I didn't take this roundabout road just to see you end up in some creature's belly. Let me walk you back to the city gates. Thank you, sir. Call me Estinian. Do I have to go? I shall leave you to recruit Graha. He'll appreciate the invitation that much more, I'm sure. As I recall, he was based at the Annex. Someone there ought to be able to point you in the right direction. Let us be off too, Marad. Do me a favor and don't stray from the path. Still can't fly. Wait, where are we going? We are going to Old Charlene. And that's my home point. Jump. Okay. Trying to distract me with side quests. We won't fall for that. Look who it is. Welcome back viewing. What might the students do for you? Graha? He's in the main hall with Mistress Cryo. They've been holed up there for days. By all means, go and give them an excuse to take a break.
Ah, Urgica, my good man.
I love it when they talk for me.
Would you be so kind as to...
Oh, isn't this a pleasant surprise?
I wish you had sent word ahead. I thought I was having visions for a moment there.
Raha and I have been compiling old records of the students' activities. We were able to locate several accounts in the archives of Numenon, but the bulk of our documents was lost along with the Isle of Fowl.
But what brings you to the Annex, my friend? Surely you haven't come all this way just to watch us shuffle dusty papers around? The treasure vault of Alzadaal III.
And you're looking for companions to join you on this expedition. I would dearly love to accompany you, of course, but I'm afraid I'm committed to another task. On the subject of which, I had hoped to ask for your assistance. Then again, it's not so urgent that it can't wait until you've returned. You should go, Raha. I'll stay here and mind the shop, as it were.
Are you sure? I'd hate to leave you short-handed.
I'm sure. Just try to be back before too many moons have passed.
Well, I guess we're off on another adventure already. Have you asked anyone else to come along? Then might I suggest we invite your Stola? Ever since the Scions disbanded,
She spent most of her time cloistered within the Great Google Library, hoping to piece together a method to traverse the rift. It would seem, however, that whatever wisdom she sought there was not to be found. She arrived in Charlian the other day. We spoke briefly before she began her search of Numenor. Considering what you've told us of Alzadaal's extraordinary feats, I do believe your Stola would be more than interested to hear what you have to say. Splendid! Then let us head to the archives at once.
Wait, before you go. I have another potential member to volunteer, if you've room to spare. Urianger. He sent the students a request for materials, you see. Treatises on the architecture of treasure vaults and the like. From what I can gather, the Loporrits are looking to make improvements to their own creation and wish to learn more about how we build things down here. So, why not take Urianger with you? Let him study Alzadaal's legacy firsthand.
None can deny the benefit of seeing something with your own eyes. If our expedition leader has no objections, I say we extend Urianger an invitation once we've spoken with your Stola.
Safe travels, you two. But don't forget, I'd still like your help with that other matter I mentioned.
Right. Then it's off to the library. I've never known your Stola to doze off in the middle of research before.
Close my eyes for one moment. Ow! How long have you two been here? Did you now? I must have been studying for 2-3 days straight before exhaustion finally claimed me. As you know, I've been researching ways to travel from the source to one of its reflections. Well, looking for hints at least. I don't expect to find a simple set of instructions tucked away in some dark corner of the library. So I've been skimming through the stacks, hoping to uncover even a partial mention of any similar feats in the past. A means to travel between worlds exists, and you can be sure I will find a way to employ it. So I promised Runa, but 'twould seem I've set myself a nigh impossible task.
You needn't be so hard on yourself. The leap I made with the Crystal Tower was not achieved in an afternoon. It was the culmination of a collective effort spanning generations.
Oh, you think me discouraged? I assure you, 'tis quite the opposite. A daunting challenge and the time to sink my teeth into it. I feel like a fresh-faced student again.
A scholar in her element.
Indeed. Was there something else you wish to ask of me? Alzadaal is no minor figure in Harnish history, and much is known about his family. But this is the first I've heard of a descendant surviving a trip to another world. If those tales are true, then he may have left behind a clue as to how it was accomplished. An invitation to delve into one of the world's lingering mysteries. As if I could refuse. And whence do we embark upon this expedition?
Akyali, by ship. But before that, we thought to extend an invitation to Rionge as well. He was in Thalmazane, last we heard.
Then by all means, let us recruit him, and be on our way.
illustrious champion. Cloaked in the mantle of the common explorer, fame set aside in thy pursuit of simple adventure. I am told a new expedition is in the offing. He left to attend to some personal errand, but should be returning ere long.
You've been keeping yourself busy, I trust?
True to our plan, Thancred and I embarked upon a pilgrimage of sorts, with an eye for gauging the state of those lands through which we passed. Our travels were interrupted, however, by a request for aid from our befurred lunar allies. As you may recall, the Loporrits had been seeking new purpose for the moon, another role through which it might serve to benefit mankind. The Forum hath been working to advise them in this endeavor, but I return to offer mine own counsel.
And this has what to do with treasure vaults, exactly?
You have learned of my predicament from Mistress Kryl. I know not whence they acquired such knowledge, but the Loporrits now stand convinced that adventurers delight in treasure hunts. Thus, with their newly built wonderland of riches and mystery, do they hope to entice all manner of daring delvers to the moon. So earnest and innocent was their desire to bring joy to the world that I found myself powerless to refuse them my cooperation. But what of you, my friends? Why are you come to Labyrinthos? Fascinating. This is indeed a most fortuitous opportunity. I should be honored to accept thine invitation. How long hath it been, I wonder, when last our actions were not impelled by fate or desperation?
Aye. Though I cherish the Scion's accomplishments, 'tis pleasant to not have the weight of the world upon our shoulders for a change.
Counting Istinian, we number 5 now, yes? Without knowing what traps or perils await unwary feet, we may be wise to refrain from recruiting others.
I agree. Between us, we should have the skills to handle whatever situation may arise. Shall we be on our way?
What, no time to spare a word for the grizzled old bard?
All is well, I trust?
A wasted trip, I'm afraid. I'd hoped to catch up with a former mentor while you parleyed with the rabbits, but it seems our paths were not to cross. Having an astrologian beside you on the road is surprisingly convenient. And it doesn't hurt that he's making strides with his light-hearted banter. In any case, as we made our way around Alzadaal, we saw that much of the continent was in various stages of chaos. A certain amount of disorder is to be expected. The final days are over, and the people no longer have a common threat binding them together. That's the thing with these fledgling troubles, eh? You need to keep an eye out, lest they mature into full-grown headaches. So, For what reason have so many esteemed personages seemed fit to gather? Beneath the waters of the Bounty, you say? I see you've already stolen away my traveling partner with the promise of unexplored ruins and scholarly glory.
Nay, 'tis not for mine own indulgence, but rather the fulfillment of my commitment to the Loporrits.
Ah, of course. And if you have a Stinian rounding out your group, you'll likely have all the members you need.
Feeling left out? I could put in a good word for you, if you like.
We may have been released from our obligations, but I'll never be free of that merciless wit of yours, will I? In all seriousness, 'tis best I sit this one out. Too many former scions consorting with one another might be seen as a cause for concern in certain quarters. I'll return to my usual reconnaissance and scout out the situation in the Far East. Feel free to share if you come across any interesting revelations. Till we meet again.
Shall we also hasten our departure? Sir Estinian will wonder what hath become of us.
Yo, Salty. So nice to see you. Dropping off those precious bubbles. Doing cleanup? That's literally what I was just doing. Twinsies. I'm getting a little tired of not being able to fly in this zone. We might bite the bullet and do those side quests so that we can fly. Unless we're leaving right now and never coming back. What's everyone? Everyone's just psyched for adventure. In my travels, I spied many a child wandering alone, orphans in all likelihood. Though homes raised by beasts and blasphemies can be rebuilt, the void left by those we have lost cannot be so easily filled. Damn, the wisdom. I will pray to Sandaruva for your safe return. May the wealth of her blessings guide you to the treasure you seek. I send you to recruit Graha, and you return with an entire survey party. I hope Matsya's boat is sturdy enough to carry us all. What he means is, we are grateful for the use of one of your precious fishing vessels. We are more than glad for the chance to provide it. I ask only that you take care to steer clear of the reefs in the shallows there. We will keep an eye out. Yeah. Oh, I have to read now. Alzadaal III. I confess, I am somewhat embarrassed that the tale of his journey to another world escaped my notice. Could it be more than simple folklore? And what of the treasure he supposedly brought back? This undersea vault may hold relics from another reflection. My friends, we should temper our expectations. The map doth promise ruins, but beyond that, we know not what we will find. Not until we find it, So let us dispense with the conjecture and set sail for the vault. Set sail for adventure. No way! Alzadaal's legacy is unlocked already? What even is that? It's a dungeon? It's a dungeon? We got the dungeon already? I don't meet the item level requirements. No. No. Okay, that's no joke. That's something we have to deal with. I don't have that much money. Not sure where to go get level 90 stuff. Boop -a -doop -boop -boop. Boop -a -doop -boop -boop. Quick Google search, maybe? Just a quick little searcheroo. Firefox is installing your updates. Let's see, after you... Do we have level 90 artifact gear? All this gear, well, I think we did that. What is the current? Still looking, still looking. On the market board, gotta do... Fastest way to gear is to buy a 610 set from the market board. Crafted gear. I guess we have to spend a gil. This is my worst one, this ring. I wonder if I'm just sitting on upgrades. What would that look like? It would look like some level 90 gear just chilling in my inventory. Nope, nope. What about... some of this stuff, huh? Huh? No, that doesn't go high enough. I'm not freaking out right now. So yeah, let's just see how expensive it is to get to that point. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. Scared. My worst item is a ring. Use an item level 640 ring. It's really expensive. Oh shit, here's one that's like dirt cheap. Okay, not dirt cheap, but compared to that one on the top, yeah. Well, let's see where that gets us. That gets us to 559. Hilarious. Wait a minute. Yeah, I could use another ring. Or the ears are pretty bad. My ears are terrible. That's pretty pricey. That's so cheap. What the heck? Give me that. Yeah, now we're talking. So that puts us at 565. Able to do the dungeon. Able to do the dungeon. Hell yeah. Are we ready for this? We're ready for this? Join the queue, join the queue. Wow, there's a lot of quests we can pick up while we're waiting. The Clueless Crier looks like they're gonna open up the island where we can like gather and fish and stuff. Everybody said it was pretty cool. I haven't done it yet, clearly. Good morrow to you, my fine fellow. Come to see Taru's boutique in the flesh, no doubt. Might I interest you in one of our world-famous Silk socks. They're so comfortable, you won't even realize you're wearing them. What's that? You're an acquaintance of the proprietress? Heavens, you're the viewing? Mistress Tataru has told me all about you. Come to think of it, I was to inform her immediately if you happen to stop by. Please wait just a moment. I'll go and fetch her immediately. No, don't bother her. There you are, viewing. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Business is booming and I can hardly keep up. Not that I'm complaining. It feels as if only yesterday I was welcoming you as my first customer, yet look at us now. But I'm sure you're wondering why I wish to speak with you. I have a surprise for you, a gift in fact, a gorgeous, exclusive, and above all, properly registered island sanctuary. You heard that right. I, Tataru, am presenting you with your very own island. I know you will be tempted to demur with, "Are you certain?" or "You're far too kind." Quite certain, and yes, I know. But I hope you can accept this gift in the spirit of friendship. I have seen the weight of the burdens you carry firsthand, after all. You rose to become the champion of Eorzea, and now a knight known across the star and beyond, which leaves very few places where you might be free of duty and expectation. As I considered where you might find such an oasis, an idea washed over me like an oncoming tide, the sea, in an island paradise with naught but the serenity of nature for malms. Even you should be free to relax. So, what do you say? Yes? 1,000 times yes? Toss me in the hold and set sail. It's good to know we're of the same mind. Truly, there is no time like the present to be on our way. We make for the Moraby dry docks. Look for Baldin, a skipper near the Aetheryte. He should be expecting us. Yeah, we're gonna have an island. That Loperit wants to talk to me, it looks important. This Gleaner wants to talk to me, it looks important. A hunt for specimens. Damn, there's stuff down here as well. Jamming ware. The thingy's ready. Pardon me. This looks cool. There's our squad. Reading the map. Oh, what? Little lemurs. Cute little lemurs. First time running this? Me too. What? It got on me? Oh. You like this one compared? What the heck? New dungeon Hive. First time running at Hive. Scary Marlboro, cute little armadillos. Oh shit. Forgot about some of my abilities. Shit's pretty. Ooh. Jellyfish? It's a Metroid? Very cute. Whoops, what am I doing? Did the wrong move. Oh no! Wait, what's this? What's this? What's this? I don't know what's happening. Shit. Whoops. Ah! Yikes. Yikes. Oh, God. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. Shit. Bamboo Jam sounds like a 7TV mode. The bleeding, oh my god, the bleeding. This is fucked. We won. You're gonna run by the treasure? Look at this. Going through the rings. Teleport me beneath the waves. Cliff of passage detected, confirming bearer's identity. There's sharks and stuff. Ah, there's treasure over there. You ran by the treasure? Opening portal. Oh, shit. Shit. Panicking. 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 That was scary. Phew. Are they pausing to yell at me? They just realized that's my name. They legit thought I was in a cutscene. Love But yeah, this shit's pretty hard to multi-pull. Whew. I'm scared. Freaking scared. This crab has a fucking king crown on it. Please focus the gate. That makes sense. Second boss, second boss. Armored chariot. Turn back, treasure seeker, or this vault will be your tomb. Turn back, tomb raiders. They got the little hands. What? Ah. Jeez Louise. Shit. I'm scared. This thing is wild. It's got like mirrors that reflect the lasers. Oh my god. I'm not healing enough. Shit, fuck. Shit, fuck, no. Ah! Okay, I get it now. You do not want to stand where the shields are pointing. they might be able to do this because paladins are fucking OP. Paladins can just heal, stay alive. I've seen some crazy paladin stuff. Pretty impressive. I thought for sure that we wiped in one group and then they pulled it off, the paladin and one DPS. We'll get it next time if we don't get it this time. Pally's pro. I think they said it was their first time here too. That's wild. Maybe that was someone else who said that, but I thought it was the tank. Can I go up and see? It goes up that high. No, it doesn't go that high. Damn, there's just fucking going. They got full mana, full health. Holy shit. They're committed to it now. They're not gonna stop, and that's fine. That's my punishment for dying. It's like Counter-Strike. You have to sit and wait when you die. Boom, headshot. This pally is cracked. Cracked at 14. Just look at the shark swim by it. Pro. 2 Pro. Man, where are minis? They didn't like my regen on the tank. What am I doing? There's treasure here. There's treasure everywhere. That giant enemy? I've never seen something like that. What is that? Treasure everywhere. I am concerned. Feeling it. All right. Hidden walls? This is Elden Ring. Capiculu, Looming Warden. They look cool. All different ribbons. Where am I? What's happening? This vault is under my protection. Whoa. Spin and fumble, stumble and fall. Oh shit. Oh my word. I have no idea what the fuck that was. It's funny because this effect, the first time I saw this was in the Fall Guys crossover, which is another crossover I forgot about. The Fall Guys fucking stab me, y'all. We're just playing Fall Guys over here. So they're pulling the yellow one. Does that mean stand by the green ones? Maybe. It seemed to work out for me. Oh no! Someone said that they're colorblind, and they are like just like green and yellow. They look kind of similar. Not really, I'm just saying. But they make a good point. They make a good point. Shit. Heck yeah. We're awesome. Oh. I rolled on it. I guess, I mean, yeah, there we go. There we go.
What have we here?
Those ribbons won't stop us.
'Tis not unlike a Hunnish alchemical furnace in design.
Well, there is one way we might find out.
Stop! You mustn't touch it.
What? How did, first of all, how are you here?
Vritra! Oh, my apologies. Should I continue calling you Varshan?
I don't know.
You may address me as you wish. My nature is no longer a secret.
Still, this is not a setting I imagined for our reunion. Surely you've not entered these ruins as common looters.
Would that
I
we
don't
could
know.
deny your accusations, but I fear you're not far from the truth.
Great Vritra, might we beseech thee to explain the nature of this strange contrivance?
They seem pretty pissed that,
It was crafted by our
we're
alchemists
here.
at my behest, for the purpose of sealing something away.
I can blame Ishtola? Yo, schmoms. I'm not pissed, don't worry.
You and I will speak later.
Oh, I'm in trouble now with
Not the
Ishtola.
time for frivolity, my friend.
It's not the time for frivolity?
This
Damn, I'm
something
in trouble
of which thou
now?
speakest, might it be some manner of threat?
Just trying to keep it light.
Perhaps I should simply show you.
So nice to see you, schmoms. Hope you're doing good. Hope your 40s are fruitful. Wait, you just gonna unseal whatever the evil is? What is that? You got one crown?
I have lifted the seal, if
That's
only for the
epic.
moment. By an authority only
Only
I
pros
possess.
get one crown.
A planar fissure?
No, my friend. Small though it may be, this is a functioning gate into the void.
To the void, let's go, 9 Inch Nails. Void gates and fissures are much the same thing in practice, in the sense that both allow passage between the source and the 13th. The difference in terminology refers to the circumstances of their creation. A fissure is an incidental tear in the fabric between worlds, whereas a void gate is the product of deliberate action. I suspect this is the latter, judging by the elaborate mechanism put in place to control it. To think that our search for material riches would lead to this priceless discovery, that swirling emptiness, it puts me in mind of old fiends, friends, not to mention old foes. Fiends friends. Schmoms, you beat Sekiro, that makes you Seki Pro. Coffee is good. Hello, Existential Crisis, how are you today? So nice to see you. Are you still playing Final Fantasy VII? Did you beat it? You beat it? So you're pro? You're also pro? Congratulations. Wow. I guess you just can't be stopped. You almost died 10 times? Shit, Schmom, spoilers. Ishtola is appraising the Void Gate with a scholarly eye. You threw her out the plane.
I must admit, I am deathly curious to know how a Void Gate came to be hidden in the depths of these
How could you?
ruins.
To tell that tale, we must first peer far to the south, and even further into memory. An age 5 millennia passed when the Algan Empire sent an invading force to the shores of Merasidia. The southern people rallied around the commanding figures of Bahamut and Tiamat and fought fiercely to repel the would-be conquerors. With Bahamut's defeat, however, the tide turned against them. Desperate to seize any advantage, the Mercidians resorted to summoning primal entities. In response, Emperor Zande forged a covenant with the Cloud of Darkness, sovereign among the all-devouring denizens of the Void. Thus bolstered by icons on one side and Void Scent on the other, the two armies clashed in a battle of unspeakable carnage. So much death, so much loss.
I consider myself well versed in that period of history, yet you speak as one who witnessed it happen.
Indeed, I did. I heard Tiamat's roar of defiance and sped toward that war-torn land. Along with my sibling, Ashdaya. We dragons are not male or female as men are wont to classify, but elder sister is the closest a mortal tongue can come to describing what she meant to me. I was the last of our brood to hatch, and Ashdaya cared for me where my sire could not. Thus I was with her when Tiamat roared. I was with her when she journeyed south, and I was with her when she fought against the Void-sent hordes. Yet no matter how many of their vile fiends we cast down, more rose from the abyss to take their place. Faced with an unwinnable war of attrition, Ashdaya risked her all on a final gamble. She plunged through the Void Gate itself to strike at the root of their strength. I tried to follow in her wake, determined to lend what aid I could. But even as I came upon Alag's glittering tower, I saw the rift close behind her. And Ashdaya has been lost to us ever since.
I find I must retract my earlier claim of historical knowledge. Nowhere in the Crystal Tower's archives did I see mention of such noble sacrifice.
That does not surprise me. To Allagan eyes, it must have seemed as if a lone dragon, driven to madness, simply dove through the gate and did not return. For my part, I spent long years searching for the means to reunite with Ashdaya. Until I could search no more. Until Alag was dust, and the art to open a void gate large enough to accommodate a dragon forever lost.
Yet you have the beginnings of a gate right here, under the control of a harnessed device.
My discovery came before Alzadaal was founded. Though I scoured the lands for a method to cross the rift, it was beneath the sea that I chanced to find a natural planar fissure. It was, however, far too narrow to admit a worm's bulk. Only after our city rose upon the rock, and I could enlist the aid of our talented alchemists, did matters take a favorable turn. Their dedication was beyond reproach. Tirelessly, they worked to expand the fissure, and after decades of toil, it finally grew to a size that a child might pass through.
Is that why you're in a child's body?
Not long ago, you told us that you called out to your kin, that Ashdai's answer was silence. I suspect the conclusion to your tale is not a joyful one.
With hope in my heart, I used the simulacrum to cross the threshold. But no, I did not find her. What I found was a host of void scent, clamoring around the opening they had sensed. 'Twas but a moment, but enough. I had no choice but to retreat and allow the portal to contract once more.
The gate was a threat to your people. You had to decide between endangering Alzadaal and abandoning your sister. And you chose the latter.
'Twas not that thy siblings scorned thy call. 'Twas that she was trapped beyond a barrier through which neither roar nor dragon may pass. Even now, in the desolate world of the 13th.
I can scarce imagine your pain, yet it was wise not to linger in that place. Too long a sojourn, and even a being of your power risks being warped into a creature of the void. You've seen this phenomenon before, when we stepped into the darkness.
Arrow turned purple.
Turned purple? Well, yes. His wounds had allowed the void's corruption to enter his body and twist his ether.
That's fucked up.
Had it been allowed to progress much longer, I presume he would have been fully transformed.
Then there is little hope for Ashdai.
Ah, no. I hadn't meant to. I speak only of possibilities. The scales of the first brood are extraordinarily resistant to ethereal fluctuations. They are the protective talisman's core components after all, and even the corruption I described would struggle to overcome. Of course. With the warding scale in one's possession, one could conceivably survive a stay in the 13th without being warped by its energies.
Let's fucking go.
Be that as it may, it is too late to rescue my sister. 5,000 years too late.
Is it though?
And now countless others look to me for guidance and protection. So when I sensed intruders in the ruins, I came only to ensure that the gate remained closed. That, and to secure the treasure, of course. I wish only to forget the rest.
So they managed not only to expand the fissure, but also manipulate it as one might a gate. Astonishing. Is there any chance I could learn more of how this feat was accomplished? I will tell you what I can. First, however, I must return to the High Crucible and arrange to replace the Guardians you so handily destroyed. It will not do to leave the gate undefended. Ah, my apologies. We were perhaps a touch zealous in our rush to uncover the vault's secrets. If the constructs can be repaired, we would be happy to offer our assistance. That will not be necessary. Much as I retain spare vessels for myself, we keep duplicate guardians on hand for such eventualities. In any case, we should return to Rods at Han. Rads at hand. Rods at Han. Fucking cities. It's a trombone sound. I promise we will discuss the Void Gate further, but I must attend to the matter of the Vault's sentinels. As your instruments have no doubt informed you, the Capiculu has been reduced to so much scrap. Please bring a new one out of storage and see that it is conveyed to its post, along with some few lesser constructs. Was it tomb robbers? Fiends born of the Tower of Zot? By the sisters, do not tell me a blasphemy yet roams free. Oh, it was us. No one's saying anything. No one's saying anything. Why such guilty faces? Surely it isn't you who are responsible for this. Oh, well, the details aren't important. I shall see it done immediately. And with that, the vault will soon be secure once more. Now, I believe you had questions? Quite a few, in fact, but I'd like to begin with the gate itself. It is still functional, yes? Indeed, which is why I saw it sealed with an alchemically forged lock and warded it with my magics. Such power must not fall into the wrong hands. In truth, the primary reason for the vault's construction was to keep the gate hidden from the outside world. So much effort for such a little door. That little door you speak of leads to an abyss teeming with unspeakable horrors. That said, in its current state, it would admit only the lowliest of void sent. And from this side, no man would be able to pass through. No man, I should think Alpha Node would fit, given a firm enough push. Physical size is only one consideration. The true restriction hinges upon the etheric density of the soul in transit. Oh shit. And yet you succeeded in expanding this diminutive portal and sending your simulacrum to the 13th. Thanks to my brilliant alchemists. I should have destroyed that anomaly when I found it, but instead I bade them devise a means to control it. After much experimentation, they accomplished the impossible. A method was conceived by which my magics could manipulate the fissure and transform it into a serviceable gate. But the process has long since been forgotten. Once I had given up searching for Alzadaal, there was no need to preserve such esoteric and dangerous knowledge. Thus has the gate lain dormant for years uncounted. Our own passage to the 13th was made relatively simple thanks to the Crystal Tower. An ancient mechanism channeled the tower's vast stores of energy to open a void gate, one bound to a covenant made with the Cloud of Darkness. Once that sovereign entity was beaten back, however, the covenant was broken, and the doorway severed from its connection to the void. Theoretically, it should be possible to reconnect the gate by forging a new pact with another void set, but such deals usually end in betrayal and death. In any case, we should attempt to gain an understanding of the bounty gate. Perhaps you could resume the search for your sister? As I have already explained, I put those futile hopes to rest centuries ago. My place and my duty is here now. I had meant to ask, what prompted you to search for the vault in the first place? It was all let's keep going with the blame other people in our party theme. It was all Austinian's idea. As I recall, 'twas you who was chasing tales of undersea ruins. Well, as you have seen, the fabulous wealth from the stories is quite real, if not its rumored origin, but I'm afraid I must assert a prior claim. I've been adding to that trove for years, little by little, but the time has come to spend it, that I might alleviate my people's suffering. Then we are of one mind. We had no intention of taking it for ourselves. Isn't that right, my friend? Your Excellency, would you object if I were to conduct a closer examination of the gate? I will make no attempt to open it, of course. I owe you and yours a debt that can never be repaid. Whatever boon you ask of me, you shall have it. You are most gracious. I shall take full advantage of your permission. Would that I could join thee in thy study, but the Loporrits will be anxious to receive my report. I beg my leave of you. And I must be off to Charlayan as well. Mistress Kyle was eager to speak with you about that request, so please come back to the annex as soon as you are able. Farewell for now. We can discuss my findings once I return. You'll not be rid of me so easily. You may now undertake the Chronicles of a New Era quest series Myths of the Realm. Speak with the fresh-faced student at the annex to accept the first quest. Okay. The difficult part in all this will be deciding how best to put these riches to use. Will you lend me your assistance in these deliberations? Of course. Thank you, Viewing. Viewing and I are in this together. I will follow his example. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Yo, Callus. So good to see you. You got Burger? It's pretty epic. Hope you're doing good. What the fuck? Did Xenos just become Golbez? What is happening right now? I sensed the breaching of a gate, but it was not instigated from this side, which was thrown open from the other. I too felt it. A rare occurrence, yes, but such a tiny portal is beneath our notice. There are more pressing matters at hand. An opportunity is upon us, the coming of which we have awaited for nigh on 10,000 years. We dare not let it slip our grasp. Yet we must not underestimate he who bested the cloud of darkness. Even restrained by a covenant, the cloud was no feeble wisp to be dispersed by some flesh and blood mortal. Bah, let him come. I will drown the world and watch this fleshling gasp for breath in his final moments. Oh my god, the elemental fiends. Knight in black. They're not even gonna say the name yet. They're not gonna reveal the name yet. Your zeal is admirable, but forget not our cause. Maybe it's not Xenos, just random. Think back on our struggles beneath this sunless sky. Remember why we cede not our will to fight. Oh my god. 'Tis time we set the war in motion and win redemption for our star. Holy shit. That was wild. Shall we begin? If we are to spend the treasure wisely, then we must first determine which groups would benefit most from monetary assistance. Some of my citizens may find it intimidating to speak with the satrap directly, so I would ask that you act in my stead. Viewing, you are to visit Akyali and Yudlimad. Speak with Matsya and his people and listen to their grievances. Justinian, I bid you do the same at Polaka's stand. I will be conducting my own inquiries at the Giant's Gall grounds. Once you believe you have ascertained the needs of the populace, we can reconvene at Meghaduda. Trying to figure out the list of main story quests. It's harder to find than you would think. One of the big sites is like always down, and I don't know if it's ever coming back or if it's an issue on my part, but like you Google search a lot of things, and like the result you'll go to is actually not there. I just need to find a good site that works and is up. Post-Endwalker main scenario quest. It's only 37. Oh, viewing! I was so glad to see you had returned unharmed. You finished with the boat then? Anything the village desperately needs? Well, I suppose Alzadaal's loss hit us the hardest. I've been trying to find buyers for my fish, and although I sell a few here and there, it's so much more difficult than it was before. Everyone's still struggling to rebuild their lives. For now, we're just banding together as best we can. So, what did that tell me? Greetings and welcome, traveler. If this is your first visit to Thavnair, then you must try my special Amra Lassi. Its refreshing zest cannot be beat. What could such a wonder cost, you wonder? Normally, I part with 3 bottles for the generous price of 19,800 gil. But for you, I'm willing to go as low as an even 10,000. You'd be practically stealing from me. I'm not Istinium. Who's this guy? You're the one who was with that spear-toting fellow. Well, you can hardly blame a man for trying. The world may no longer be on fire, but we are still sifting through the ashes, so to speak. Sisters, spare me. We might as well have that ugly tower back for the scant few travelers we see these days. I myself barely have the coin to buy at local prices, I tell you. If I didn't charge the odd adventurer a small fortune for afternoon tea, I'd be scavenging for scraps in the street. Yo, little Miss F, so nice to see you. Hope you're doing good. Hope you're doing 360 spins in your car. Sigh. How fares the port? Well, it's in shambles, isn't it? The trade routes are once more open now that the danger has passed, certainly. But no small number of merchants have had to sell their ships to make ends meet in the short term. Add to that the sailors we lost in the final days, and it's little wonder the flow of exports is no more than a pitiful trickle. If Alzadaal and his consortium were still with us, I'm sure he'd have found a way to turn our fortunes around. Now that was a man who got things done, God's rest his soul. You've spoken with the key local figures and gained an understanding. Yeah, Callus, we got the car from FF15. It's limited time and seats 4. See this shit? If I could fly in this zone, we could fly. I'll show you. Fly it. Ah, my advisor's return. I've just made it back myself. Why do you retain this vessel now that your true form is known? You could have flown across the island in a fraction of the time. Be that as it may, the sight of a massive creature descending from the sky can be startling to say the least, and there are few places I can enter comfortably without risk of flattening some cart or stall. Fair enough. As for my inquiries, the people of Palaka's stand were unanimous in their reply. They are surviving. Resources were stretched to the limit when refugees were pouring in, but they persevered with some assistance from Yedlimad. From what I understand, they have always been an independent community, hunters and foragers and the like, and I was assured that the jungle provides for their needs, for the most part. Balaka's stand has weathered the disaster better than most, it seems. I myself heard good news and bad. Quarrymen were cautiously optimistic, having just sold a full wagon of giant's gall to a foreign trader, but such visitors are few and far between. Compared to our best years, the weight of stone leaving Thavner has been light indeed. Our nation is small and isolated, its prosperity dependent on a steady stream of exports. We must identify any obstacles to the flow of trade, so we may begin working to remove them. Tell me, what did you learn in Akyali and Yedlimad? I see. Without a dedicated buyer, the average fisherman must struggle to offload his daily catch, which is why I believe we should first address the lack of ships and shortage of able-bodied sailors in Yedlimad. I am reminded of a child I spied as I made my way back to this palace, his father lost at sea when the beasts sunk their vessel. So many variations of the same tragic tale, repeated over and over, so many lives lost. Like that kid. Orphan boy. Enough grief to drown in if we let ourselves be overcome, but we will not. Viewing Estinian, I will consider the perspectives you've brought me and devise a plan to help my people confront this adversity. Come, I would like you to be in attendance when I announce the proposal to my assembled functionaries. Dragon. comes the dragon.
I thank you for your attendance. The riches the Radiant Host have retrieved were hoarded in Alzadaal's name. A fortune I set aside for a future day of need. And lo, that day hath come. Made aid our wounded city in reclaiming its vibrancy and vigor. In better times, I would leave such a task to our capable Ahawan. God's rest his soul. Finding myself bereft of his counsel in the here and now, I will assume the responsibilities of mine office directly. Firstly, the treasure shall be sold for more convenient currency. Thence, invested into the trading port of Yedlamad. Our merchants must have their operations restored, their ships rebuilt. Commerce must flow once more. None were spared the tragedy of the final days. Of this, I am well aware. But an absence was created by the loss of Alzadaal's consortium. And by filling it, we provide new means for our fishermen, our artisans, and others to bring their wares to distant markets.
And what of the children who were left without family to care for them?
That is a concern that weigheth heavily upon my mind. A simple gift of coin will soon be exhausted, leaving these young souls adrift on the fringes of our society. Nay, a proper solution is needed, one which doth guarantee their welfare for years to come. Thou hast surely seen how other nations rise to meet this challenge, adventurer. What dost thou deem the wisest course? Of course, we must all look out for one another. Let us put this idea into practice. A contract shall be written, requiring all who receive of Alzadaal's treasure to commit a portion of their future earnings towards the running of an orphanage. Now, such an influential policy is deserving of a worthy name. A successful merchant. I believe I see thy reasoning. Alzadaal should be remembered, not as the blasphemy which terrorized Thavne, but as a hard-working and generous man who brought much wealth to our shores. Do any among Many here lost loved ones, beasts.
In that time of strife, any one of us could have broken. Any one of us may have been taken by despair. When I think of Alzadaal, I feel no hatred. Only a stinging regret that we could not save him as well. Isn't that right, men?
This bodes well for that boy. Narad, was it? Perhaps he can cut ties with that shady peddler.
Then let it be done. Henceforth, this initiative shall be known as the Alzadaal Foundation. Nabdeen, thou art to assemble a patrol and ensure that no child in this city liveth in squalor.
Let's go. No poor orphans.
Clerks, see to the management of
Clerks.
and make haste. Our citizens must not suffer a day more than is necessary.
What's Vertra's favorite movie? Clerks.
Dragon and man, side by side in pursuit of a brighter morrow. Reminded of Ishgard.
I finally found what I was looking for. I see that there's 4 more quests in this patch. The patches come out like in bunches. Oh my god, another Hrothgar. So that's my goal, is 4 more quests. And then we'll have a nice little VOD with all the quests from this patch. Thank you for putting forth Alzadaal's name. Those whose lives he enriched will take comfort in seeing his legacy honored. You will forgive me for not speaking sooner, but I bear a message from Archon Y'shtola. She asks that you meet her at the High Crucible at your earliest convenience. Understood, thank you. Y'shtola must have finished her study of the Void Gate. Shall we hear what she has to say then? This game sets you up with tongue twisters. Fucking setup. I will go with you. I thought the satrap would be too busy setting up the foundation. My clerks have been the well-oiled cogs of the administration since before Ahewan assumed the office. They understand what needs to be done. And I am curious to learn what conclusions your Archon has reached concerning the gate's unique construction. As you wish, allow me to lead the way, Your Excellency. Yo, Trish. So good to see you. Hope you're doing good. See the other Hrothgar? It's not polite to stare, Gramtams. Oh, I noticed you using this Aetheryte shard. I also use Aetheryte shards. Halfway to color a bubbling, let's go. It's epic of you. Epic of you to save. Oh, what is your command? It's definitely got the numbers on it. Well, actually, let me see what's...
Right, here we all are.
You discovered something new.
I took a closer look at that device. I was able to see how it keeps the void gate sealed, but not how it might instead be employed to expand the opening. For that, I would need to reference the technique developed by Vritra's alchemists, no records of which appear to have survived the intervening years.
We know this, so why have you sent for us? Have you learned aught of value or not?
Patience, good sir. One must introduce the subject before launching into specifics. From what we understand, travel between worlds is accomplished by passing through the nebulous rift which exists between them. Picture, if you will, the moment you were called to the first. You touched a focus of some kind to help the Exarch pinpoint your location. His summoning spell then channeled the energies of the Crystal Tower to begin your journey to his world. The magics tore a hole in the wall separating source and shard, and cast you into the intervening nothingness. In that place, the laws of nature hold no sway. Yet even through this realm of temporal and spatial instability, you were borne safely to your destination in the first. The feat that guided you across such an unimaginable distance, both physical and metaphorical, was nothing short of a miracle.
Then what of the many voids sent found in the source? Who guides them here, and how?
An excellent question. Though there are several methods by which the Void's denizens might intrude upon our world, the rituals of summoning are most typical. For example, let us consider the Gargoyle, a creature of middling power. To call upon such an entity, the prospective summoner must force open a void gate. The portal lasts but a moment and is relatively small, allowing only an imp or other lesser being to squeeze through with their physical body intact. more powerful gargoyle, however, is too large for that. Creating a gate big enough for him would require vast amounts of energy, far beyond the reserves of any one mortal practitioner. Instead, 'tis far more common to bring over only the entity's soul. We had a taste of that ourselves when a certain exarch dragged us to the first. And just as our bodies remained in our world, the Void Sense physical form is left behind in the 13th. Once at its destination, the summoned soul is granted a temporary shell to inhabit. In the gargoyle's case, a stone effigy has proven a suitable vessel.
Wait. You said that Voidsent must be called here deliberately by someone in the source, reeled in like a fisherman with his catch.
Exactly. For a being to navigate the chaos of the rift, with or without form, there must needs be a guiding agent on the other side.
When the hordes poured forth from Alag's Great Gate, it was the technologists who drew them through. Though to my knowledge, planar fissures are in essence natural passages between our world and the void, which require no such guidance to traverse. Why is only the boundary between the source and the 13th so fragile? So much so that it often tears open of its own accord.
I believe solving that mystery is key to understanding travel between the source and its reflections.
And how do you intend to get your answers?
No. The danger is too great.
Perhaps. But what some call danger, others think of as adventure.
Were you not listening to my tale? Never mind that the means to expand the gate has been lost to the ages. Even could you force the portal wide enough, you would be greeted by an army of murderous horrors the very instant you step through.
I assure you I was most attentive. And I agree that to go alone would be certain death. But if I were to bring along one who has already braved the 13th, and humbled the cloud of darkness, well, I imagine my chances would be much improved.
She means me.
I had a feeling you might say that. Once again, I put my life in your ever-reliable hands. That said, as much as I would like to march straight back to the Void Gate, there is the small matter of being unable to open it without the Satrap's personal authority.
As I've said before, I will grant you and yours any boon you choose to name, provided it does not endanger my people.
You have my word that we will take every precaution. Not a single void scent will be allowed to threaten Alzadaal, assuming we manage to expand the portal in the first place.
You have a plan?
Actually, I had hoped you might help us with that. I presume the alchemists you retained supplied you with some explanation of their methodology.
That they did. House Daimir was overseeing the project.
Daimir. Ah, yes. The family associated with the great work.
I did not fully comprehend the theory, but their research began with a void scent which had slipped through the fissure. After a thorough examination, they created an arcane simulacrum possessed of similar qualities. A man-made void scent, if you will. It was apparently indispensable in their efforts to enlarge the gate.
A man-made void scent?
Yes. Being great admirers of the Archons, House Daimir submitted detailed notes to Charlene's official committee. They expected praise and accolades for their simulacrum, and were thus devastated to be informed that their work had been classified as prohibited material.
Whoops.
If that's true, then those notes might still be stored in a forbidden archive somewhere. Not Google, of course, since that library had yet to be built. Which leaves us with...
the only other library in the world. With what?
Have you already forgotten Graha's debacle in Newfound?
Yes.
The restricted section where he was caught sneaking about. It may very well hold a copy of the Daimir's documentation.
Sure.
In which case, I say we head directly to Charlene.
Yeah, that's where I was thinking.
Unless you anticipate needing help to reach the high shelves. I see myself being of little use. Go on ahead. I still need to find Mirad and tell him about the Alzadaal Foundation.
Do you? Who's Mirad again? Like, oh
Let
my
us go
god.
on our way as well.
They are resolved to venture into the void. Do I sit idly by?
Why are we so, like, set on it? I guess just because there's nothing else going on. There's a fucking... Like they said, these little threats. You gotta take care of them before they become big threats. I guess that's what we're doing. If we're to enter Numenon's restricted archives with a minimum of fuss, then we must secure the permission of the Forum. First, however, we shall need to enlist the cooperation of a member to broach the matter on our behalf. Who do you think might be inclined to assist us? No one springs to mind? What of Scholark Monteshane? He did come to Graha's defense during the inquiry after all. 'Tis settled. Let us head to Phenomenon and see if he's willing to help us once more. Go where? There's that guy. Ah, visitors, and quite esteemed ones at that. What may I do for you? Pray forgive the intrusion, Scholark, but we were hoping you might help us secure permission to enter Numenon's restricted archives. Oh ho, no furtive forays into the stacks this time, eh? I applaud this newfound sense of propriety. Yet in all this wide world of comparative serenity, what so compels you to disturb a vault of forbidden wisdom? We just love to learn. Can't stop learning. Fascinating. I had no idea such a technique existed. I would have been surprised if you had. If my assumption is correct, the research left behind by House Demir has lain dormant in Charlane's archives for many centuries. And if you unearth this research, what then? Surely you don't intend to cross over into the void. That is in fact precisely what we intend. To what end, pray tell? To develop a method of traversing the rift, for one, that I might keep my word to a distant friend. Sentiment aside, I have journeyed to the end of existence. I have heard, felt, and thought endlessly about the truth of our world and the echo of its future, and yet I want to understand everything, to unravel it all down to its very last secret. What scholar worthy of the name wouldn't force open a void gate or two if a grand revelation was the promised reward? Ha ha ha, marvelous. An audacious proposal worthy of Master Matoya herself. And after hearing the whys and the wherefores, I for one do not believe you would use the knowledge for ill. I see no reason not to present your request for the forum's consideration. Although your petition would be better received if you also had the support of another well-placed acquaintance. Why, Master Fortuneau, of course. He can hardly ignore an earnest request from his dear children's most trusted comrades. I was hesitant to approach him directly, but there's no denying that having Master Fortuneau on our side would tip the balance in our favor. Very well. We will pay a visit to the Louvier estate and plead our case. One last thing before you go. I would consider it a personal favor if you might share with me the discoveries you make in the void. My appetite for knowledge is every bit as insatiable as yours, I'd wager, so if you could see your way to indulging an old man's curiosity. Of course, Scholar, we will be sure to pass on any revelations. Ah, Master Viewing. Mistress Ishtola, how may I be of service? We've come to speak with Master Foshino. Is he home by chance? Yes, the Master is in residence. I shall inform him that he has guests. Well, well, Am Alliance would invite you inside for tea, but I assume this is not a social visit. You have some matter of import to discuss? Then pray proceed, you have my full attention. Well, I suppose I should praise you for following the proper protocols this time around. Scholar Montaigne expressed much the same sentiment. I assure you, will not attempt to circumvent the Forum's authority again, unless it is absolutely necessary, of course. Of course. You do understand that the restricted archives are restricted for good reason, yes? If no pressing need exists, then why risk the consequences of employing this forbidden knowledge? For a brother who misses his sister, she was his guardian and his friend, a selfless hero who crossed the rifts between worlds to save her homeland from horror and suffering. But the brother has given up on thoughts of reunion. He spends his efforts elsewhere, watching over a people yet healing from the flames of the final days, loyal to his duty while betraying the longing in his heart. 'Tis no vital mission, perhaps, reuniting these siblings, but it feels a worthy cause to pursue all the same. As one who feared losing his own loved ones and spent years in research to prevent it, surely you appreciate how painful such a separation must be. Reflections are still very much a mystery to us. Offering to share your experiences in the first should constitute a fair exchange for our cooperation. Do not celebrate just yet, the Forum must still be convinced. I will add your request to the list of today's deliberations and deliver the decision to you at the Baldesian Annex. Okay, okay. Let me grab this lookout point. Oopsie. So, what did the Forum decide? To put it bluntly, Master Matoya has burned some bridges here in Charlian and salted the earth for good measure. When it became clear that her student was the petitioner in question, well, no few members voiced their discontent. Then the chamber was reminded, in no uncertain terms, I might add, of the incredible debt we owe to you and your companions. That served to silence the grumbles and stiffen a few spines. and it was agreed that allowing you entry to the archives was the least we could do in return. That is wonderful news. Thank you both for speaking on our behalf. Yes, well, as I am sure you are aware, this permission was not extended lightly. Forbidden knowledge is to be treated with the utmost caution, and there will be repercussions if it is not. I wish you well in your endeavor and bid you good day. Never the same, that one. Uncompromising? Aye, but that very stoicism is exactly what Charlene needs to guide it through not one, but two exoduses. That went rather well, I think. As a child, I dreamed up any number of schemes for getting my hands on those forbidden tomes, and now I can simply walk in through the door. Our focus will be on finding House Demir's research notes, of course, but the thought of so much knowledge at my disposal has me feeling a little giddy. You'll be heading directly to the archives from here, I presume. You presume correctly. Then you'll want to speak to the index with the index page when you arrive. It's been instructed to grant you access to the restricted section. Say what? Excellent. Once again, we thank you for all your help. Oh, it was my pleasure, believe me. May you find the knowledge you seek. Shall we? Oh, those are the index pages. Okay. Archon Ishtola and guest identified. Do you wish to proceed into the restricted archives? Follow me if you would. Watch your step. Please note that the use of naked flames is discouraged. Books.
If House Demir's notes are to be found anywhere, it will be here. Let us begin.
Ishtola, can you read? I guess she can read. Oh, I don't want to read these. That volume is not even relevant. Yeah, I can't. There's too much to read. Leather-bound log over here. An advanced method for manipulating rift-spanning apertures. Now that's something. We need to give this to Ishtola. Have something you'd like to show me, do you? My apologies, I flipped open but a single book and was completely absorbed by the contents. Well done viewing. I think you may have found our prize.
Yes, the ether signature is unmistakable. I've felt the traces of House Damia's resonance many times at the Great Work. Time to see what all the fuss was about.
We fought those
Among
before.
the ranks of the Voidsent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond. The species known as Atomos, however, is uniquely prodigious in this regard. From its distended maw, it can expel an endless procession of void-born creatures. A talent which sorely tested the Radiant Host in its battles against these abominations. Surmising that the entity itself was acting as a void gate, we endeavored to capture a small specimen and subsequently examine its physiological structure. Our findings revealed that the Atomos had absorbed a planar fissure into its own flesh, which it could expand at will into a functioning gate. Upon further analysis, we identified an ethereal wave pattern emitted during this process. A pattern we were able to emulate by passing crystal-stored ether through a specially designed prism. We proceeded to embed said prism into an arcane simulacrum, thus completing what we have dubbed our artificial Atomos. How could I have been so blind to the possibilities? This species, not to mention its ability to summon Voidsent, has been discussed among academics for years now. Just before the advent of the 7th Umbral Calamity, we received reports of Atomos sightings from every corner of Eorzea. Surely you've at least heard the tales. And still, House Damia went and built a mock Atomos of their very own. I'm not surprised the Archons consigned their work to a restricted archive. It was no easy task, but at last we've unearthed the volume we've been searching for.
Yeah.
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to stay longer. See what other forbidden titles might be lurking on these shelves.
Forbidden titles.
But that would be abusing the very special privilege we've been granted now, wouldn't it? Better not.
Would it be? Did they say, like, we're not allowed to read books? Pretty sure they didn't say that. That was just a convenient way to get us to leave. As much as I would love to start crafting the Atomos, I'm afraid this is far outside my field of expertise. Fortunately, I know a Hanish alchemist who would be delighted to involve herself in our House Daimir project. Our business here is concluded for the moment. Please pass on our regards to the forum. Your message will be conveyed should you wish to indulge in more forbidden literature. I will be here. Patron mode disabled. Security mode engaged. If anyone can help us, Nidhana can. I say we return to Tavnair and look for her at the great work. Sure. Absolutely. That zone I can't fly in. Ishtola tells me you're pursuing a most fascinating study and that you want me to be a part of it. I have no doubt you will be interested. This research log should speak for itself. Will it now? By the sisters, this is the mark of House Daimir. I never even knew such a work existed. Few should. It was sequestered in Numenon's restricted archives after all. It was, but that means every word within is forbidden knowledge, a forbidden tome filled with forbidden research, and you put it right into my unsuspecting hand. I can hardly wait to read it. To think that Daimir were developing such marvelous techniques so long ago. How many innovations have been lost over the centuries, I wonder? Now that you've glanced over the notes, what say you to helping us build a new mock Atomos? I say yes, 1,000 times yes. Work on a Daimir project that had even the redoubtable scholars of Charlayan trembling in their sandals? No alchemist of the great work could resist. You are a woman after my own heart. Oh, I suppose I should ask, what do you mean to do with this big-mouthed simulacrum once we've built it? So, there's a secret void gate, and it's sealed in the ruins at the bottom of the bounty. Today is a day of revelations indeed. If the purpose of our man-made Atomos is to expand this hidden portal, then I will need to see it for myself, I think. Manipulating rift-spanning apertures is not the sort of thing you want to attempt without first taking into account every single factor. Then by all means accompany us to the vault. I plan to lead us back there shortly once we've finished gathering the components I require. Charlayan's markets provided the raw aquamarine and pure water crystals, but I might need help obtaining a small quantity of astrally infused water. For such a liquid, you need go no further than the font of Maya. The ascetics of old once favored the place for their meditation, and the water which pools there now is known to enliven the flow of ether. That sounds perfect. If you would be so kind as to fill a flask at the pool, I will petition Vertra to join us. The idea I have in mind won't amount to much without his authority to command the Void Gate. Shall we be about it then? We meet back here anon. Do what now? Let me grab this ether current. Northwest. Crunchy grass. Got the crunchy grass. We got the thingy. Take care of this thing so we can get the lookout point. It's not lemur, it's a langer. There it is, the fonts of Maya. Oh, is there anything? Let's see if we can get this ether current. Beautiful. Beautiful ether current. I love you. Tiger. They have stripes like me. And then there's one way up here. Well, let me get back to the main quest at hand. Do you have that flask for me? Yes, this should suffice. Thank you, viewing. Look who I came across. Estinian seemed in need of diversion, and we, in turn, may have need of his lance. Right then, now that our little party is assembled, let us make our way to the ruins. Will we have need of Matsia's boat again? Not this time. Once Ishtol informed me of our destination, I arranged for a vessel to be made ready at Akyal. Your Excellency is ever the gracious host, shall we? Oh, no. I'm gonna teleport and run west. The ship is yours to command. Our thanks, we set sail at once. Oh, this is so exciting. Alzadaal's legacy, to see the truth of a legend with mine own eyes. All aboard for the treasure vault. Yeah.
The ruins alone were impressive enough, but I never dreamed such a treasure lay hidden in the depths of the bounty. It may have been helpful to know this device existed, Your Excellency.
My apologies. The gate was a secret I shared with none but my closest advisors. I feared for what might happen should those with ill intentions learn of its existence.
What is it you're doing now?
There's something I wish to verify. The NOAA reports claim that a short stint into the void carries little risk of etheric imbalance. Should one suffer an injury, however, or if one's expedition drags on longer than intended, that risk becomes significantly greater. Graha theorized that a warding scale would confer protection from the void's corrupting influence. But I would prefer to test that hypothesis before we set foot in the 13th ourselves.
So, this is an experiment of sorts.
Yes, an experiment. Tell me, how would you go about testing the efficacy of the warding scale?
Test it, test it, test it. Send me.
And how would you do that? The gate is still too small for any of us to pass through.
I don't know, I say stupid things all the time.
Estinian is correct, which is why I've elected to send a familiar in our stead. Now, a lowly imp can navigate a fissure, no matter how narrow. Which means an arcane entity of similar stature should be able to manage the same.
Like what?
I hadn't wanted it to come to this, but no other familiars will do, I'm afraid.
What, a Moogle?
I mislike the sound of that. What manner of fiend does she mean to summon?
Tonberry?
From ocean rise and cloudbank form, from mountain spring and rainfall storm, from river flow and life be born. Water, water, froth and foam!
Frog?
Ready your arms. I fear she's been possessed.
Oh, come now. That was adorable.
Oh, wow. It's Nixies. Two of them. Is that not what she wanted? Is that not what she wanted to summon, Ishtola?
Though not my first choice. These familiars I conceived of as a child have the best chance of fitting through the gate. I only wish my younger self had considered a more dignified ending to the creation ritual.
Aww.
In any case,
They're
these two should serve
dignified.
as well. This one will bear a warding scale.
And this one will not?
And when they return from the 13th, we can observe how the talisman, or absence thereof, has affected the progress of the Void's corruption. If I could impose upon you to open the gate. Your Excellency?
They're testing it before they go through. That's smart. That's intelligent.
We should also be wary of void scent slipping through while we conduct our experiment. Estinian, you are to keep Nadana safe from harm.
As you say.
You had best be on your guard as well.
Froth and foam.
Oh, are you volunteering to join the Nixies? I could shrink you down.
Shrink
you know.
me. I want to go. Put me inside a Nixie.
Let
Like
us
a
begin,
bubble.
shall we? Nixies?
Yeah.
Into the void.
Whoa, look at them go. Thank you for the lull. Your lulls give me strength. That was neat. We just wait for them to come back now? Come on back now. Dancing with excitement.
I think we've waited long enough.
Oh, you're in charge of calling them back?
Nixies, return to my side.
Oh, that one doesn't look so good. Oh, that poor thing. It's twitching.
Thank you, little one. You did well.
Oh, the poor thing. Its essence has been irrevocably warped.
No! That was like the saddest thing we saw all day. What is this sinister voice?
We're out of time. I must reseal the void gate.
I'm freaking out right now. We wanted it to be bigger.
They're coming through.
Oh shit.
In the name of Alzadaal III, I bar this door unto the void.
My PS4 just went into overdrive. My PS4 is like getting banished to the netherworld or something.
Well, that was a sharp lesson in the dangers of
Yeah, we gotta
robots.
help the little one. That's the priority.
And what of our experiment? I'd say the results speak for themselves.
The unprotected Nixie has suffered extensive etheric corruption. As Nidana observed, it's well on its way to becoming a void scent. The one merged with the talisman, however, appears unaffected. I sense no changes to its equilibrium. Rest now, little ones.
Oh, see, they're fine. They get to rest now.
Graha's theory was correct then.
So it would seem. But while our second familiar was
That's just
untouched
like when
by
your
void
Pokemon
energies,
faints.
the
They're
talisman
fine.
itself shows signs of degradation. It was, of course, originally designed to shield the
What?
soul from primal tempering. It stands to reason that etheric corruption of a different sort would affect it differently. We may need to modify the warding scale's design to account for the 13th's uniquely unstable ether.
You've said much of
No,
the
they're
void's
fine. They're
instability,
just sleeping.
But my imagination fails me. What manner of place is this broken world?
Ah, my apologies. I forget that not all of us spend our days sequestered in dusty archives. The 13th is a reflection of the source that was drowned in a flood of darkness.
Okay, I'm glad they're telling me
In Emmett
this.
Selk's own words, this tragedy was a result of the Ascians' attempts to force a rejoining. They erred in their haste, and made of that world a useless void.
Useless void hype. My mom
You
says I'm a
remember
useless
Zitalhar,
void.
the unusual child we met during our troubles with the Warring Triad.
I do
He explained the
remember
fate of the 13
Unak
thus.
High.
The champions of that ill-fated world used a stone known as Auracite to contain the power of primals. But those self-same heroes were gradually corrupted by the Auracite's bleeding energies, transforming into fiends with an endless hunger for ether. By the time anyone thought to oppose them, Light's strength had grown too feeble, and the balance of the 13th tipped into eternal darkness. And what of your own experience? Will you tell us of what you observed during Noah's expedition?
During what? I barely know what day it is.
I can picture it now. The sunless, Stygian expanse, infested with legions of ether-starved monstrosities. A void in every sense of the word.
What you have described in such lurid detail is exactly why I hesitate to encourage you.
Worry not, great Vritra. Our journey into the 13th is but the first leg of a longer voyage. A voyage that shall lead us to other reflections, to new mysteries and discoveries. And I mean to be there every step of the
Endless
way.
expansions.
But first I must focus on refining the warding talisman.
Then I can begin work on constructing an artificial Atomos. Or I could if I had the relevant manuals to hand. Might I be so bold as to request access to the Satrap's family archives? Your Excellency?
Oh, yes. That can be arranged. I will speak to my officials upon our return.
We will see you back in the city then.
They seemed pretty lost in thought. They just have ADD. Alright, I think this is the last quest in this patch. Shtola ponders the next stage of preparations. Once Nidhana succeeds in replicating the mock Atomos, this door into the 13th will be ours to open. Will you be crossing the threshold alongside us? I realize this is more my endeavor than yours. To be honest, I've no interest in visiting the Void myself. Might we discuss this later? There's something I must do first. You don't want to go to the Void? What's wrong with you? Why does everyone insist on being so secretive? I at least had good reason for not wanting to explain my Nixie ritual. Ahem, shall we proceed with our other preparations then? As we saw, the warding scale can be effective at protecting the bearer from other sources of etheric corruption. Nevertheless, the talisman's durability will need to be improved if it is to withstand the Void's influence for a prolonged period of time. And I think that is a problem we can address without involving the brilliant but busy alchemists who created it. Who do we know who excels at this kind of structural augmentation? Garland Ironworks? Sid? An excellent suggestion. As I recall, Sid himself is no stranger to the void and its volatile energies. With his experienced hand at the helm, I have every confidence that the ironworks can strengthen the warding scale. Come, let us visit their operation in Rogger's Reach and commission their best and brightest. We're standing where we had that boss fight. I feel like spikes are gonna come out of the floor. I like that my name still like makes people laugh and tricks people sometimes. Like 4 expansions deep. 4 expansions deep, it's not like played out. Viewing, what brings you to the Ironworks? We have a commission for you and your president, actually. Assuming he's available. Master Sid? Certainly, I'll see if he has a moment free. A pleasure as always. I hear you have a job for us. Heading into the void to find a lost dragon? That sounds almost pedestrian compared to your last adventure. Honestly, I don't know if you could say anything that would surprise me after Medion and that bloody mess. Alright, let's take a look at this talisman of yours. You said there were signs of degradation? Seems some manner of corrosion has set in around a scratch on its surface, much as the void's corruption seeped into Nero through his wounds. In which case, our best bet may be to simply prevent the scale from being damaged in the first place. And how might we achieve that? We have a coating agent for strengthening trinkets and the like, but I'd be wary of applying any compound which might upset the scale's delicate alchemical balance. Far safer to dress it in armor. We'll construct a protective casing, one utilizing metal alloys with high ethereal conductivity, so as not to impede the talisman's primary function. A suit of armor, as you said. Nero has compiled data on the 13th, so I'll have him pitch in with the design just to be sure. If only it weren't such an ordeal to convince him to follow our safety protocols. In any case, we may need some time to untangle the particulars. Understandable. We know how busy your schedule is, and the final result will doubtless be worth the wait. The hard part will be ducking Jessie and her constant barrage of demands while we sneak about doing the fun stuff. We'll see what we can do. I think we can leave the rest in Sid's capable hands. Let's return to the great work and see how Nadana is getting on with the Makatomos. Absolutely. Absolutely, let's do that.
Estola! The adjustments are going well, I hope?
Yeah, we are adjusting everything.
'Tis a lengthy process, but the end is in sight, yes.
That's wonderful news. I myself had some good fortune searching through the Satrap's private records. What I found was a transaction log dated around the same period as when Alzadaal's legacy was built. It included a purchase list of highly exclusive alchemical components, and I knew I'd discovered the key to making the artificial Atomos. I then visited the High Crucible to commission the materials. After I'd explained my requirements, I was beset by volunteers insisting I allow them to help with the entire project.
The usual reaction to someone forcing open a void gate is to run for the hills. Harnish academics certainly are a different breed.
Yeah.
The alchemists of old were cut from a similar cloth. The unknown held no fear for them. Indeed, they were ever eager to seek new knowledge, regardless of the danger.
And were you not also fearless? Heedless even, in your determination?
Maybe.
My sire entered his dormancy before I was hatched. And so it was Ashdaya who kept my eggs safe and warm. It created a bond between us. Even long after I learned to fend for myself, I rarely strayed from her side. She was my guardian, my sister, my dear companion. And not a single day passes that I do not mourn her absence. No matter how deep the darkness, I would not surrender my search. I promised myself the time would come when we would once more take to the skies together. But I am satrap now.
The Radiant Host is here to serve, Your Excellency.
Nabdeen, what is this about?
Sir Estinian told us of your predicament. For centuries you have protected Alzadaal, never showing your true self, hiding behind a curtain and living only in service to the people. Your dedication meant more to us than your deceit, and so did we accept you as our rightful ruler. After all that you have sacrificed for this nation, did you imagine we would begrudge you your heart's desire? We survived the final days. We are a strong and proud people. We, the Radiant Host, will keep Thavnair safe in your absence.
I am grateful for your loyalty and for your encouragement. And yet...
Now you listen to me, Varshan!
Oh my. Stern. Stern talking. Yo, Barn. So good to see you.
After all. As I have told you before, you are a little brother to us all. And if you are family, then so too is your sister. We are there for you if you need us. But do not ask us to sit by and watch while you abandon a sibling you have ached to rescue for millennia.
You're sewing like Tataru. From this game, she sews.
We will succeed in opening the way. It is only a matter of time. All you need do is prepare to step through to the other side.
Final Fantasy's good. It's going great now that you're here.
Your Excellency,
I wanted to thank you for building the orphanage. It means so much that my sister and I will have a place to be
That's
together.
Murad.
Safe
Murad.
and happy. And I hope that you and your sister can be together again too.
Ah. We're out here building orphanages. Wow. That second response is brutal. I'll be nice and pick the first one.
Take heart and protect them well.
You love to wallow.
Such were the words I once said to you. And here I stand, failing to live up to them. If my heart is torn, I am fit to protect neither Ajdaya nor Alzadaal.
You're always wallowing.
My people, I have come to a decision. Vashan will depart Thavne for a time. My dragon self will remain in the palace, but only to conduct the satrap's most essential duties.
I wish I had a dragon self.
While I am focused on controlling this vessel, there may be matters that escape my attention. I rely on you, my trusted friends, to watch over one another until I return.
Yay!
Take care and fair fortune, little brother. Many tears would be shed should you come to harm.
I would not dare make you cry.
That's a good question. Yeah, it'd probably just be a bubbling. You surprise me, Estinian. For a lone wolf, you've shown an unusual degree of, shall we say, involvement in helping Vertra reach this conclusion, which was for the greater good. The worm's thundering sighs were keeping his citizens awake at night, and had travelers believing the palace racked by some unnatural storm. What of your own answer then? You seem disinclined to venture into the void. When I was one with Nidhogg, spoilers, his vengeful thoughts were my thoughts, his endless rage my rage, and the soul-chilling grief he nursed for Rat-Tat Oscar's death. I would not wish such agony upon a foe, let alone a friend and ally. If there is a chance we can spare Vertra that pain, then I will follow you. Just the four of us? Yo, Azur. So good to see you, streaking or otherwise. With things as they are, I'd rather not bother our comrades with aught less than a dire threat to the star. It will make for an interesting journey besides. Traveling in a smaller party for a change? Crowds can be a bit draining, don't you think? Now, on to specifics. Unlike the first, where the flood of light was halted before its devastation was complete, the 13th has been utterly subsumed by darkness. My plan as such is to explore the void in stages, withdrawing to safety after each brief foray. Whoa, don't do that. 'Twould be more convenient had we some manner of base camp nearer to the gate itself. One of the palace chambers should serve. Come, let us reconvene outside Meghaduda. Negaduda. How far are you in 14, Azure? You're probably... I'm guessing you are not started? That's a good guess. I think most people in the world actually haven't started. So, like, probably right. You never started Endwalker. So you beat Shadowbringers. And probably the patch stuff. Bought it? Oh wow. Oh wow. Our boy from the first. That warrior of darkness made you sad? The warrior of azureness? And so we will require suitable accommodations. Might we make something available for our guests? Oh, I don't know what you said. It's my auto mod message. It has a lot of things on it. Oh shit, that's auto advancing. Good. Please inform me when you've completed the arrangements. As you heard, we will have you settled in Maghaduda. As ever, you are most gracious, Your Excellency. You risk yourselves to aid me in my search for Alzadaal. Providing comfortable quarters is the least I can do. I only wish we knew more about our destination. The gods only know how long our explorations might possibly take, or what our chances of success might possibly be. Succeed or fail, I am grateful to you for convincing me to make the attempt. On that note, I will return to the great work and lend what help I can to Nidhana. If you've preparations to make, ere we venture into the 13th, now is the time. All I need is my armor and my lance. Perhaps I'll train with the Radiant Host to pass the time before we depart. You know what this means to me, viewing, but my purpose need not consume you as well. We are headed to another world. Find what joy you can in the experience, for you are a traveler, an adventurer at heart. This I know. Yeah, we made it to the end. You're related to Azure. Meanwhile, in the 13th, oh shoot, they're gonna show us. Very spooky looking. They got a hand growing out their head. My word.
And thus I am returned. To be swallowed, bereft of savours.
Sweet. We reached our goal. Let's take a break here.